Hello, Rictus. Hello, hello. Okay, I am going to go get something to drink, and then we can start after that. Hmm. Hello, Teleton. Hmm, hmm, hmm. Okay, just checking my stream stuff. So, hello everybody. Let me, as I said, go get something to drink, and then we can start. Or AFK. I'll be right back. Hello, I'm back. Let's see. I just saw a minute ago the Ziggy post, and now I see the live stream with Railroad open. Yeah. Well, I made it so I can use it. It was a almost week long yak shave, but I now have all the tools to use it. And you know what? This actually was totally worth it because it has by reasoning about what I wanted to do with the Ziggy grammar visually, I now have gained better insight on how strings work, should work, and how they work in JSON. JSON strings are a work of art, made in hell, but a work of art. They are genuinely. They're not complicated. Like JSON is not complicated inherently. But at the same time, it's amazing how much weirdness they were able to stuff into into this much simplicity. It's so weird, man. It is so weird. So yeah, that's essentially where we're at. Okay. Okay, so while we wait for a few people to show up and do the usual, stream intro stuff, know what else I'm gonna do? What is going on, Windows? There is nothing that works as it should on Windows. That is insane. How can it be this broken? There was a glitch. I was having trouble tabbing to another application, or rather, there's I have two applications set side by side, and they in Windows 11 they show up as a individual thing that you can tab into, which usually works, but this time it doesn't. Why? Impossible to know. Um, I'm sure there's a C++ destructor somewhere that knows pretty well what is going on, but you, the user, or the programmer who made this thing, no way of knowing. It's between the CPU and God, essentially. Anyway, so what is the plan for today? The plan for today is well, what it says on the thingy here. Just a couple of final touches to Railroad. Literally two tiny things. Push it, tag it, release it. Then use Railroad to work on the Ziggy grammar. And this is the Ziggy grammar. And well, no, sorry, it's not exactly the grammar, because this thing is more of a tool to explain things rather than a precise formalization. It needs some formal rigor, because it shouldn't be, wrong or ambiguous. But at the same time, this is not, I would not attempt to derive a grammar from this thing. And I would also suggest to not use a grammar to generate this thing. This thing is better as something that is curated for human understanding. So in any case, I did some things. I think I have opinions on hard tabs. I have weird opinions on hard tabs, and yeah, we'll see in a moment. Okay, let's start fixing this thing. I have some tiny changes that I want to make, nothing crazy. So one is the title bar in live CSS. So there's sticky. I think we should give sticky some padding top. We should give sticky the padding top that I should take away from the H1. Sorry, margin top. This margin top goes away from here, goes in here. Then top bar needs align items. In the center. Then also, what was it saying before this? Holy shit! It really this LSP really goes insane once you have something that is incomplete in here. Holy shit! Holy recovery system, Batman. To be fair, the Ziggy one also occasionally does this stuff, but for these run of the mill things, but I plan to fix mine. The ones that I do have are 100% the result of missing logic. Well, not even missing logic. It's a bug or it's a lack of polish in my recovery algorithm. Maybe it's the same in this case as well. Also, I don't even know what I'm using. I'm guessing I'm using Prettier, but it's slow. Like, look how long it takes to do anything. Holy shit, man. What are you doing? It's like, it's 50 lines of CSS, man. Okay. Anyway. So I want to do this, and I want to give a maximum height to status. Or rather, I just want to give it a height. I don't remember what was the right number. I tested this, I think, in the editor, sorry, in the browser at some point, and I found a number that I liked, but then I forgot. So, hey, Neuroside, hello. Okay, can I? Come on, man. Okay, let's see what this looks like after reloading. So this did not take. Oh, it's because. No, actually, it's because what? Like, what the heck? Oh shit! Did I give this? I gave this to this guy. No. I did give it to this guy. Is it? Oh, it's just that 70 is too big of a number. So it's more like 50 that I wanted. Oh, margin doesn't participate in the stickiness. That is interesting. So maybe I should keep the margin on the title. Okay, so the right number for this guy is more like 50. So 50. And never mind, the margin goes back into the title, which is weird, but it turns out that it does what we want, coincidentally. Yeah. Okay. So this seems good. Okay, the last thing is this. So here's one more thing that I added to Railroad. When you actually, I added a few things. I was about to forget, but I added a few things to Railroad since the last time. So, well, since yesterday. So references to other productions are now linked. You have to provide the link externally. So um, the the SVG itself does not have um, an ID corresponding to the link. Essentially, you're supposed to provide that from the outside, but they're there. Out of curiosity, what do they look like when you download them with the latest changes? I mean, oh, I also might have found. I might have chosen the only one silly example that doesn't have. Why are SVGs assigned to this stupid program, man? Computers, huh? Downloads. Why are SVGs assigned to that? Okay, just review it. Namespace prefix HMLNS for Xlink on SVG is not defined. Okay, so this is a bug. What algorithm is used for layout? Um, what algorithm is used? A custom made one? Essentially, every element defines. Well, there's a function called layout. So let me find the source code so I can show you. So these are the types of items that we have in here that you can add. Then there's a function called layout. Let me see if I find the entry point. Not this is the diagram level stuff. There it is. So every time you want to lay out something, what happens is that, for example, a sequence is a list of boxes. So for every item in here, we first lay out the item. Layouting the item will set inside of the item how tall it is, how wide it is. Mainly, these are the two things that we worry about. Then we say, okay, since these items are one after the other, each and every one of them contributes to the total width of this sequence element. And then, yeah, we keep summing this up. Then what's the height? What is going to be the height of this sequence element? Well, it's going to be the same height as the highest child. The highest child defines the height of this element. And height is, how can I say? Well, sorry, I say height, but that's the wrong term because height is a different concept here. It's what I just mentioned as height is up and down. So think of it as the upper limit of the element and the lower limit of the element. And so if it has children that are tall, then these two numbers will go up. How much they will go up depends on how everything is structured. Like if it's a sequence, puts everything on a horizontal line. So when something grows, it's centered vertically. So essentially it's up and down. Well, it's again, quote unquote height will be shared by both up and down. But there are other things. For example, a stack. A stack is a vertical, it's a sequence, but it's vertically organized. And so the width in this case is going to be the maximum width of a child, but then up and down and the height will change depending on, will accumulate depending on how many children it has. And that's the full story. So essentially think of these as like, I don't know, like Japanese robots that combine into bigger robots. So every one of these things has this concept of how big it is and where its own entry and exit points should be. And then the rest of the graph is constructed around this idea. So long story short, the algorithm doesn't have a name. It's bespoke, but it is a, I don't know what to call it, like a recursive thing where it allows you to combine nodes arbitrarily. Like you can nest them and you can keep nesting them arbitrarily deep, and every single time they will start from the deepest element, lay out it, then go back to the parent, use the information that the child has provided about its own sizes to decide how big the parent should be, and so on and so forth, all the way back up to the root. And that's how everything gets laid out. And every one of these components has its own, layouting rules. So some put stuff vertically, some put stuff horizontally, some do more complicated shit. That's the idea. If you're interested, this is a library that it's available. It's open source and it's a standalone executable that has, this is like a live editing server. I'm not editing anything live right now, but I guess I can do a quick demo just for the sake of it. So let's see. Here, a struct field is a struct field with a comma as separator. Let's use X as a separator. You see that the moment I change it, the page reloads. So that's essentially what it is. It's a bit similar to laying out a math equation. I have never written a layouting engine for math formulas, but I would expect it to be the same concept. Yes. The idea is the expression is ultimately a tree of elements, and you go down to the deepest, you figure it out what it is. It might be, like a number, like digits, or it could be a letter, or I guess it could be, well, I guess that's what you would have as leaf nodes, right? In a math equation, mostly. So you figure that out, and then that's going to combine into a sum. So what is a sum? A sum has two child and the plus sign in the middle. So it's kind of like the sequence in my case. Like a sequence in my case puts things horizontally. So a plus would be lay out the first child, then lay out the second child. And then when you compute the height of this equation is going to be the height of the biggest of the two children. And then the width is going to be the width of the first child plus the space necessary for the plus sign plus the width of the second child. And then you go up and combine. So yeah, I would expect it to be exactly the same. I might be wrong. There might be some turbo weird thing about those equations that requires you to have a more complex layouting model. Uh, but I don't think that is the case. Can't say for sure because I haven't done the work, but chances are that, yeah, it's exactly the same problem as layouting these graphs. With the difference that I think these graphs look more impressive than normally an equation. Like equations look cool, definitely, but these guys look more impressive because you have also all these arcs that connect. Um, Even though they are very standardized ultimately, but yeah, I think the lines do a lot of heavy lifting for making this all look super cool. Okay, so what are we doing now? Um, the next thing that I want to do is, as I said, I added links so you can click on a production and it sends you there. Right here, there's an identifier. Wait, identifier is supposed to send me to identifier. Oh no, it is sending me to identifier. It's just that it's the bottom of the page, so it cannot scroll any further up. That is fine. Okay, the next thing that we want to do is um I've added, as I said, links, but most importantly, I've added also a visual distinction that tells you that visually that this is a reference to something else, and it's linking to something else. So there's like underlining ish stuff to give you that idea. Now, Firefox renders this one way, and Chrome renders this a different way. So Chrome ignores the dashing request and it renders it as a single line, but it also does the thing where it renders it as a nice line. You see that it knows how to avoid um, letters that have, I believe these are called descendants, but I might be wrong. In any case, the descending part of the letter, the underline knows how to avoid it. So first of all, I don't know why it's ignored my request for the underline to be dashed. But second, it is doing a good job. By contrast, look what Firefox does if I tell it to make it a non-dashed underline. I think it's solid underline. So solid underline in Firefox looks like this. First of all, is it even black? I'm not even sure it's black. Like I don't know if it's me being colorblind, but it's thinner. This one is thicker. This one is thinner. And oh, never mind. This also knows how to avoid the descendants. So this is actually not bad. Maybe this is what I should be doing. I am surprised though that Chrome just ignores the dashed thing. Also, thickness is different. Dashed. How do you even express this stuff? I'm not sure. Text decoration. Well, in any case, this seems good. I only wish that they had both the same baseline thickness, which does not seem to be the case. Blink. Oh, wait a second. I forgot. Grammar error. Right, and now we have all these fancy things. Grammar error. Line through. None. Overline. Spelling error. Underline. Inherit initial revert. So there's spelling error and grammar error. But they don't show up as. I thought they would show up as squigglies. They don't even show up as squigglies. What? So this should be underline. What was this behind the scenes? Thickness style. So this does set the style to dashed. Solid. Wait, wavy. Is any of this happening whatsoever? None of this seems to be really happening. Chrome is just really. It's not really convinced that any of this is important enough to actually do. Skip ink style thickness. 1 pixel, just one. Like what values does it accept? So it's like neither editor really knows how to support everything. They either of them supports a different subset of what it's supposed to be implementing. Oh, there we go. Holy shit, that is a lot. Would this be equivalent? Nah, let's look at values. Yeah, this seems it. And I bet you that on this guy, I cannot change it to 2 pixels. No, it just ignores it. Uh, I mean, what an adventure. I guess this is doable like this. So it's solid underline 4 pixel. Can I? This is Firefox, right? Yeah. Can I say? Oh, it goes at the beginning. I'm guessing 4 pixel. Yeah, 4 pixel solid underline. Okay, 4 pixel solid underline. I think that's what we want. Man, what can I say? These browsers, man. So in CSS, hmm, yeah, that is HTML to CSS. Where is my SVG thingy? Oh no, it's not. It's in default CSS. 4 pixels solid underline. Nightwatch errors for you on Windows. Oh yeah. By the way, shit. Oh, man, I keep forgetting things. Neurosite, are you still around? Nice. So um here's here's an interesting thing that I hinted at yesterday. Then I got stuck into other rabbit holes and I forgot to mention. And actually might have something to do with what the Teufel is talking about. Although I'm not sure, he will have to tell us. But be aware that Nightwatch hard errors out on macOS. The reason is you try to do real path on CWD and that fails. And more in general, as you probably know, real path is a problematic function. So I guess my question for you is, were you just trying to get the path to CWD, or were you intentionally expecting something more? Because that something more seems to be problematic. Um, I mean, I guess maybe one. By the way, I'm using Nightwatch, and I just patched out that those lines, so I'm essentially running Nightwatch with relative paths, and I don't care because I literally have two files: the Ziggy file, the CSS file. I know what they're supposed to be named. I hard error out when they get renamed, so like I exit the application when they get renamed, and um and so my point is, I don't care about the full path in my specific case. But obviously, um, more general purpose applications will have different needs. That being said, you can construct absolute paths without using real path. You can use std process get CWD path something something, um, which I forgot that existed. So maybe I wasn't the only one that forgot that it existed. But yeah, so you can use that to get the CWD path. It's been months. Okay. Well, my point is, I have a question then. How I'm assuming that you wrote it with the intention of using it in Flow, right? Because you want to be able to reload files when they get changed? Question mark. Yeah. So unless you for some reason had some evil plan that really involved real path, uh you ready for Flow? Okay, perfect. So okay, so then you I think you might want to investigate this. um yeah, STD process, um current path. There's also current path unlock, I think. In any case, that's the one. And also, you need to be careful though, because if you start doing that, then you have the problem that the paths that you will be given back will potentially overflow max path len or max path size. I don't remember. The point is, you know that there's a SDFS max path, well, yeah, max path, whatever. But the moment you start concatenating these things together and passing them into APIs, then Andrew was mentioning that you start getting paths that might occasionally you will get, like in some situations you will get paths that will be bigger than that number, and so because the point is that the file system can be bigger, like path, like file nesting in the file system can be bigger. uh I wanted to map everything to absolute paths because Nightwatch allows you to watch multiple routes. I see. Yeah, I remember. I vaguely remember this problem also in the first incarnation of the Zine file watcher because I also had two separate routes, and so I needed to understand like a way of knowing which route each file was coming from. Although in my case, I believe I didn't even care about the file. I only cared about the root. But that was a long time ago. That's back when Zine was orchestrated by the build system, I think, not. Uh, well, in any case, it was a long time ago. So my point is, be aware the real path hard fails on other OSs. Like, even if you have even a simple test that tries to watch a file, you know, in CI, like it just tries to do the file watching setup, it will instantly hard fail on macOS. Maybe also Windows. I'm not sure. Um, and yeah, well, that's most of I think what I think is I wanted you to know. I also think that you testing on macOS. Oh yeah. So here's another thing. It might have this might have also something to do with a bug in the Zig standard library. I think that what essentially it's happening is that this is stressing a limitation in the like a bug in the IO implementation on macOS. Um, so my point is, I guess it's a 0.17 thing that maybe you are not experiencing on 0.16. That being said, regardless, if you don't have a reason to use real path, you should not be using real path. You should be using current path, STD process current path, and also or uh, not to do absolute paths, but obviously that comes with like implications. So I don't know that part. The part you figure it out what you want to do. Anyway, okay. Anything else for Railroad? I think these are all the touches. Oh no, there is one very very last thing that I want to do to Railroad. Okay, check out this final issue that we have in Railroad. You know what? Actually, Railroad is not. It's not like it's a Dawn project. It's not perfect. There's a few things that I could improve, but this is where I'm gonna stop. So here's the last thing that I want to improve. We have comment, right? I'm gonna add another diagram down here. And I'm gonna call it, I don't know, comment one, and then gonna say I don't know, banana, and then there's gonna be a bunch of X's in here and a bunch of X's also here. I'm gonna save, and the website doesn't look like it has updated at all. What's happening? Well, the answer is that it has. It's just down here. So what I want to do is that when we load the body, if we are scrolled to the bottom of the document, we want to issue a second scroll to the bottom of the document to essentially scroll the thing into view. And also, I think we would like to animate it. So I guess my next question is, please, God, tell me that there is a way of scrolling to the bottom of the page that is animated by it's like a natural scrolling, orchestrated by the browser, not orchestrated by me sleeping and like calling a stupid step function every 12 milliseconds. Please tell me that I don't have to go insane to implement this. Please. So Live.js. I'm gonna increase this a little bit. So in Live.js, also, you know what? I want this to be build error, and I want this to be offline, and I want this to be disconnected. Frankly, does it even matter this? I think this is fine. Or this should be reconnecting, I think. Actually, you know what? This disconnected should go in here. Yeah. And we were saying whenever we do the body, we want to scroll to the bottom. Yeah, so if it's error, we don't scroll anything. If it's CSS, technically a CSS change could impact the verticality of things, but I don't think it's necessary. Okay, so how do I scroll to the bottom? Window dot scroll to. Well, this LSP has something, but holy shit, where are we? Wait, so space K? Oh, there's the, and if we had any kind of markdown rendering, I would be able to click that link maybe, but um Windows scroll to. So good LSP. I'm pleasantly surprised by this LSP. Not jank. The Y coordinate of the document that you want the viewport's edge to scroll to. Behavior smooth. There we go. Smooth. Uh, Scroll behavior property on the element. Interesting. Now we want smooth. How does it work? Oh no, I opened a TypeScript file that they provide and it's freaking out on its own things. Okay, man, relax, Jesus. If omitted behavior defaults to auto, okay. No, we want a smooth scroll. Um, but how do you scroll to the bottom of the page? Responding to the end of the scroll, bro. I just want to scroll to the end of the page. Oh, so you grab a thingy and then it's amazing how this guide somehow forgets that people might want to just scroll to the bottom of the page, scroll to the top of the page. Scroll max X. Non-standard. Scroll by lines, scroll by pages. The read only property of the window interface returns the number of pixels by which the document is currently scrolled vertically. screen top, screen left, screen X, screen Y. Uh, I guess this is, by the way, this is not that complicated, right? This is a scroll to, and then you give it something like um, body or document dot bottom, something like this. Yeah. Scroll to 0, document body scroll height. There we go. I was like, I knew that it was something like this. I was just hoping that the MDN had some of this, but it doesn't. Uh, Mozilla should not have fired all the people working on that good stuff. Document body scroll height. Oh, right. So wait, this auto formatter could use the trailing comma as a hint, but it doesn't. Man, this thing is such I got so used to it. It feels so disappointing when tooling doesn't support it. It's almost embarrassing. Actually, it's just straight up embarrassing. Okay, so we are somewhere. Oh wait, no. That's definitely not it. We're missing an if. Something like if window dot window dot scroll y equals document dot body dot scroll height. And since I don't trust this to um I don't trust this to work first try, I'm gonna log these values for good measure. Okay, so we are somewhere in the middle. Let's trigger an update. Ideally, the update has happened, but we not have scrolled, which is correct. Look at the console. So this is how much we are scrolled, and this is the total height. Let's scroll to the very bottom, and let's change something. Let's see how these show up in numbers. Holy shit. These numbers don't match. So this is not the number that we're looking at, that we're looking for. Out of curiosity, if I'm all the way at the top and I add a something at the top, will it scroll into view automatically? Yes. So being at the top automatically scrolls stuff into view. Like it's natural. We only have to worry about the bottom. Uh yeah, but currently this is not happening. So it might not work because of the fact that you set the body before checking if you're at the bottom. Good point. Yeah, good point. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna add comment 2. And no, we have not scrolled. So that was definitely a bug. That was definitely a bug. You're right, but it's still not the right number. I guess we need to add the window height to it or something like this. So let's just Google. Bro, why are you writing a full ass endless thing to just to do something that should be a one-liner? Scroll height. Client height. And when scroll top plus client height. Okay, this blog post is cancer. Let me see if there's anything that is not cancer. Window inner height plus round scroll Y. That is weirdly convoluted. Oh, wait. The problem is that this condition has to be. Wait, I'm. I think I'm an idiot because I save the old scroll position. That actually doesn't even matter because that number is not changing. What I need to save is the body scroll height. So I messed this up. Let me first look at this. This is what I should have done. Yeah. Oh, offset height. Okay, let me do it my way for now. Also, why is this sending me on a new line? Is it this thing? Why is this sending me on a new line? Is it this? Why is this thing evil? Why is this thing evil, man? Okay, it's just evil. Like there is no there, there's nothing I can do. Just evil. In any case, man, there's so many stupid variables floating around with confusing names that don't even seem to be meaningful. I hate this. So let's go to the bottom. Let's add comment 3. We're still not scrolling. Okay, what are we seeing this time? Ninety-one 26 10. Okay, what's scroll offset? Is that a deprecated thing? Page X offset. Page Y offset. Oh, it's equal to the scroll Y. Why am I on W3C? Okay, let's look at the properties. I need to understand what the scroll properties are. Like scroll this, scroll that, scroll. And also, I need those on document. Okay, give me document. No, bro, I just want document. Can I see the properties of document? Okay. So, okay, I don't see any of the scroll thingies because every element has this. Node. Offset. All right, on HTML element. Thank you. Holy shit. Okay. Oof. Offset height versus scroll height. Scroll Y. So offset height is without the margin. Right. That is, I think, correct. No, that is not really correct, is it? No, it is. It is. It is correct. Okay. Yeah, because margin at the top and at the bottom of like the document, I think is not rendered. I think. So offset height is how tall this thing is. Okay, old height. Okay, let's see if that makes sense. I just don't want to copy paste the incantation from Stack Overflow, especially if it looks like that jank. Or at least at first, I at least try to fight it and try to write something simple to make sense. And then if this does not work, then maybe they were right all along, and I should have done what they were saying. Oh wait, did not work. Still, we haven't scrolled. Window is not defined. Okay. The fact that these two numbers don't change, that is problematic. What the fuck? Okay, these two numbers need to be the same. The fact that they are not the same is problematic. So this is scroll Y. This is hold height. And this is offset height. Oh, wait. Right. Okay, I get it. It's because there is no debouncer. Every time that we save the page, the editor creates two events. And the second one is what's it called? It's spurious, like it's useless. Window is not defined. Okay, so in any case, so this is the right one, and we see that the length of the page increases, but with this would be us being at the bottom of the page, and it clearly does not match. So yeah, we need that silly formula, it seems. Stack Overflow to the rescue as usual. As usual. So it's window inner height plus window scroll Y greater or equal than. So it's window scroll Y rounded plus window inner height. Okay. All right. Greater than body offset height. Well, okay, let's see if it works. Does not work. We need to do more. Okay, let's implement better printing at this point, debug printing at this point. So oh, you know why? Because I should have saved that. Yeah, so whether we are at the bottom of the page or not is resolved here. Cons at bottom. Okay. So that's how we do it. No, no intermediate variables other than just the final thing. Window dot. And here we add some logging. Man, I hate this auto formatter. Holy shit. I found actually, you know what? I found a trick to do this more easily. I'm kind of dumb for not figuring this out earlier. So instead of appending forever dump shit, here's how we do it. We take it out, we save, we put it back, we save, and we have not scrolled to it in this case either. Okay, so why? Oh, reference window not defined. I have again a typo. Oh, this guy does not care at all. Where even is window? Oh wait, do I need to reload? I think I needed to reload the page. Because if I don't reload the page, it doesn't reload the, well, let's say the harness. I think we should also put the sum in the log function. Still not scrolling. Okay, let's see. We're short by something, so we don't want inner height. Well, no. The fuck? Is it offset height? Wait, no, it cannot be offset height. Wait, what? What is going on? Is this number plus itself, like this number plus anything greater or equal than itself? It makes no sense. So this cannot be offset height. If this were offset height, then this equation would make no sense. Okay, look, I need to go to the bathroom. Um, I don't know what's going on. Why is it so hard to scroll to the bottom of a page, man? I'll be back in a moment. Okay, can we solve this stupid problem, man? Um, okay, you can trust Stack Overflow, I think. Oh no, scroll height minus scroll top minus client height. Oh god, man. Is there anything non-ancient that actually works? So this is the Stack Overflow thing that everybody keeps repeating. So man. Uh hello. Do you know if it would be accepted to submit an issue to add documentation for built-in functions? It would benefit the LSP, the whole parsing tracking of the lang. What are you talking about? If I go to a Zig file, I type at, I have the built-ins. And so the LSP has them, and the built-ins are part of the language. So maybe I should read more, but just to complete what I was saying, they are in the language reference. They're not in the standard library docs, but they are in the language reference. They're here also. Anyway, STZ built-in function list only has the identifier, tag identifier, and parameter count. What I find useful would be to add overall documentation for the built-in function. For example, function return. Yeah, no, I don't think that this stuff will be accepted to be put in there. But I mean, ZLS has it. Are you using a different language server that happens to not have those things? Like, I'm a bit confused about the situation because they've been there in, as far as I'm aware, they've been in ZLS for a while. So maybe, I don't know. Maybe I'm missing something. You tell me. But they are in ZLS. ZLS has them, but by parsing the language reference, I just find it odd for the built-ins not being documented in the standard library. Why would they? Like, I understand the idea of making it easier to consume that information. That part I get. But, like, in general, languages don't have metadata about their built-ins in the standard library, like documentation about their built-ins in the standard library, as far as I'm aware. If you have a counter example, I would be curious to see it. And I'm not saying that it doesn't exist. I just don't think of it as a common thing. Um, but yeah, again, I agree with the point that it should be easy to fetch this information, but I don't think this should be. I don't think this should be in the standard library. I don't think, regardless of my personal opinion, I don't think that Andrew will be fine with it either. I might be wrong, but I don't think he will. And yeah, okay. So look, oh wait, copy. Okay, no, it's the language server removing this stuff from my JavaScript. Well, you know what? Here's what I can do. I should have done this earlier. I'm kind of a moron. Here's how you do it. We open the page. We go in the console, and we just run this thing. So this is false. Scroll to the bottom. Now it's true. Okay, so how was I fucking this up earlier? Oh, wait. We're definitely doing this wrong. We're scrolling to 0. Now that's X, that's fine. We're scrolling to Y, which I guess should be this. It shouldn't be offset height. It should be inner height plus Windows scroll Y, I guess. This auto formatter is devious. Holy shit. SAD built-in function list exists, so I was wondering why not include the docs too. Built-in function list exists, I believe, because is used by the parser. Like, it's part of the data that the Zig parser needs to parse Zig code correctly, which is in the standard library. But a parser contains the data that it needs to do the parsing usually, and not, the full metadata end to end necessarily. So in std.zig, you will find that there's the Zig tokenizer, there's a bunch of Zig tuning. But yeah, it stops at parsing. It doesn't go past parsing, as far as I'm aware. Okay, we are definitely at the bottom. There's no discussion that we are at the bottom. Why has this sent me all the way to the top? I think I have the I think I have the function wrong. How is this not right? Body scroll height. I, dude, I still have not, like, I have not understood what all these height things mean. Still, oh man, oh no, give me back my Windows. uh, what the heck? Oh, this has sent me to the top again. Oh wait, do I need? I might need to reload the page. Oh, there we go. Man, finally. Okay, finally. Okay, there's only one last thing, which is we only do this if we had a body. If at bottom and have body, then we scroll to smooth. Let's see this from the top. Show me a nice, oh, but it's not gonna do smooth like this. It's fine. Okay. I think this should be it. Yeah, on reconnecting, we don't want to scroll to the bottom. But once it's open, yeah, we don't want to keep going down. Okay. Wow. Last touches to railroad, huh? We did it. We have it. This is it. There is nothing else that I want to do to railroad. Now the very last thing before we push and make a new release is that I want to change. So I'm gonna kill this server for now, and I want to change. Oh, it connected to another instance of this guy running somewhere. Oh, this guy. Yeah, correct. So I want to change example.ziggy. Okay, so here's what I want to do. Okay, these are different now. Terminal reference to leaves. Oh shit. So this being pixels is bad. Wait, why does font? Um. So font is expressed in pixels and scales correctly, but text decoration is expressed in pixels and it goes out of whack if you zoom in, but it doesn't if you leave it standard. I hate browsers, man. I really hate browsers. So 2 pixels stays normal, but it's essentially there's essentially no difference between 2 and 1 pixel. Okay, so I've decided. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna default CSS, and we just say solid underline. we don't set the width, and that's the end of it. Okay, so let's now do this work. Okay, so we have terminal, reference, external, inline comment, labeled path, and we need external multiline. There we go. This is a new addition. I've introduced multi-line support for externals myself. This was not in the original thing. I made it so that when you have multi-line text, the box becomes bigger. So the margin or the padding, I guess, between the space between the text and the outer box increases. That is meant to facilitate readability, I think, also to visually distinguish it from the single line stuff more seriously. Uh, Man, this is so bad. Like, look at this line. It 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 has forgotten. Oh, the starting starting at 3 pixels. Skip ink all. Yeah, look, it doesn't skip. It doesn't try to skip the thing if it has 1 or 2 pixel thickness. Okay, whatever. In any case, we need to just update this description now and then and introduce one element. Okay, so here we have everything. Then decorations, sequence, sequence stack, sequence optional, and after between sequence optional and sequence alternating, I think we want uh sequence optional prefix. This is also an addition, although you can see that it's essentially a simplified version of this one here. Although I did fix things, you can see that this one has to make space for the bottom thing, but we don't have the bottom thing, so we don't make space for it. So it's holy moly. What's happening now? This arrow is a little bit too short. It's this diagram that renders its last line too long. Okay, so I need to fix this. In any case, sequence optional prefix. Optional prefix. And you know what? I think I think we should do it this way. We should add another one before leaves. We should add one that we call table of contents, something like this. And I think table of contents should contain essentially an index to all the other ones. All the different types of all the different items that can be placed, can be combined in a diagram. Click on a item to go to the corresponding graph, or to the corresponding diagram, or to the corresponding definition. So what is going to be a choice? Probably a choice horizontal. Containing two choices. So leaves. Decorations sequence. Let's do all the sequences. Sequence stack, sequence optional. Sequence optional prefix. Then choice has choice, choice middle, choice last, choice index, choice horizontal. Oh, actually, choice index doesn't exist. Oh shit, why is this not a hard error? These should all be hard errors. Why are they not? Oh, I know why they're not. Because I have not restarted this guy. And if I restart this guy, never mind. It just does not give a fuck. Hello? We are in railroad. Why is it allowing me to do this instead of complaining? So what happened with YouTube chat? Holy shit. Hey, people on YouTube, I'm sorry. What is happening there? Similar layout of a math equation. Thanks for the explanation. 20 pounds. Holy shit. Mr. Shots. Great work and thanks for the explanation. Okay, I saw your message earlier, but my chat application did not show that you gave me 20 pounds for that. Holy shit. Thank you very much, man. I hope that you're still around. Man. Yeah, I should update my client to support these notifications. I just don't get too many of those, so that has not been a priority. Why is my thing not complaining though? This should be a hard error. I'm referencing things that don't exist. So also sequence exists, sequence stack exists, sequence optional exists. But yeah, like choice. This should be choice simple, which does exist. And then there's choice dash horizontal. Uh, so this should be phrased differently. All the example diagrams in this page. Click on an item to go to this corresponding diagram. Okay, so we need to figure out why we're not complaining about these guys being wrong. That is absurd. Oh, it's because I deleted that line. Okay, now I get it. That's on me. You know what? No switch. I think this is better handled with an if in this case. If end of row equals dot reference, if ds, if not, the s dot contains text. I think it's unknown reference. The s dot fields dot contains, right? There we go. And now we correctly are back to complaining. So we have choice simple, and what did I call the other ones? Choice horizontal, multiple choice. There we go. Multiple choice. And then finally complex example. Yeah, I'm essentially trying to keep it separate. Um, these are unbalanced. And frankly, this could be a sequence. It doesn't have to be a skip. This could very well be a sequence of two, like like this. The funny thing is that it doesn't take much to change these things. That is better. And so if we move this guy, actually we leave this there. We move decorations here. Oh, there's still one thing that makes it not fully balanced. That's unfortunate. I would like to introduce sequence optional suffix. But I want to code it now. So I guess for now that's how we do it. Or we don't do the thing. What if we were to do just one choice with everything? Well, it's pretty big. Would you be able to do choice middle? We cannot even do choice middle with this setup. I think this is fine as is. You know what? If we left complex example there, then it would be balanced. So we don't need the outer choice. There we go. I mean, this is fine. And I think we can do choice middle on both. Choice middle requires an odd number of elements. So sequences to the left, choices to the right, leaves on the left, decorations on the right. I think this is fine. Yeah, let's do choice horizontal just because it's more conceptually correct, and that's it. And we give delimiter pipes to this guy. Okay, there we go. That's I think delightful. Oh wait, we're missing sequence alternating. Shit. So this can't be a choice middle anymore. This needs to be a choice index, I guess. Or let's just leave it a choice. What happens? It goes all the way to the bottom. Mm, let me double check that I have everything. Leaves, decorations, sequence, sequence stack, optional prefix, alternating, choice simple, choice horizontal, multiple choice. Oh, repeat. We were also missing repeat. Well, if I put repeat here, actually, no. We put decorations here and we put repeat here. No, we put decorations here and also repeat here. Oh, and now neither can be a choice middle. What an unfortunate life. So we could be lazy and do something like this, but this essentially partially negates the benefit of putting them on two lines. So we need to upgrade it to choice index. Okay. I think this is fine for now. Or actually, both could be at the same height. Yeah, maybe this is better. I think I would put fewer things above the line, though. Yeah, I think this is better. Okay, so this is the table of contents. I think we should update also this example with the latest version of it. Although it's not really a big deal. I think this is fine. Okay, very last thing, Zig build test. And now let's resync the schema. Sequence optional prefix sequence, not in schema. Yes. Concatenation of items. You know what I'm thinking? Maybe these diagrams need to specify a version so that the tool can check whether they are made with the right version or not. But whatever. Sequence stack, sequence optional, sequence alternating, sequence optional prefix. A sequence where bro, Rust is God, we have to worship. A sequence where every item before the last, well, every prefix before the last is omissible. Use put a skip element at the end of the sequence to make the last visible element become optional as well. Well, to make the wait, put a skip at the end of the sequence uh, to make the whole sequence optional. I.e. Oh no, that's it. Okay, that's enough. Then I made a change to external. Represents an instruction or a reference to an external diagram. An example could be a reference to Unicode or a list of letters. Supports multi-line strings, in which case the box will be rendered with more padding between the text and the box and the surrounding box. Box. Okay, so this is the other thing that I did. I think this is it. Okay. I think we're good. Okay. So zone. I guess this is enough for a 010, I think. Build a new release. Oh, this disconnect thing doesn't exist. Shit, let me fix this. God damn it. Silly JS. Hmm. Yeah, we grab them right away. Okay. Um, move me. Git rebase interactive. Add. I don't know, something like this. So this should be like this. Should be squash there. Push tags. Refresh this page because what was it's a different thing now. Build release. Actually, you know what? Let's run just to be sure that the JavaScript is not completely busted. Uh, New file that doesn't have issues in it. Oh no. Okay, so there we go. And if I kill this, reconnecting, and now it should say disconnected. There we go, disconnected. Okay. So there we go. There we go. Okay. Holy shit. That took longer than I expected. Okay, so now we can use this tool. Let me close a few editors because I have a few stale editors in a bunch of places. Oh, like this. Yeah, I have a messy up history, okay? That's just how it is. Oh, what? Oh, okay. So, Railroad Asset Ziggy. We are finally looking at the Ziggy thing. Hey, Christopherson, Bork Bork. Thank you. Holy shit. Thank you guys. Thank you for the support. So, here's what we're looking at. Um, Finally, all these works allowed me to make graphs for the Ziggy language. Okay, just tiny little bit of context for the people who are not up to speed. This is Ziggy. It's a JSON replacement language. It's a data serialization language. It's a JSON replacement in the sense that it essentially is kind of like JSON, but nicer in some ways. So it's worse than JSON, definitely in the sense that it's not everywhere. JSON is everywhere. No matter what the ecosystem is that you're in, you will find you will be able to get your hands on a JSON parser. Now, whether the JSON parser will help you or make your life miserable, that is up to debate. I used in the past, so I have to come clean. I have in the past done terrible things. I have written C sharp and I have used tools in the .NET ecosystem. One is, I believe, is called the Newtonsoft JSON parser, and that thing is a scourge on the earth. I'll name one thing that that thing loved to do. If you gave it a floating number and that floating number happened to be none, not a number, then it would serialize it like this. It would serialize it like this, like, my field, and then it would serialize it as none. Okay. These, my friends, in case you're not aware, is not valid JSON. JSON does not have non-literals for floats. That is absolutely non-standard at all whatsoever. So, yeah, womp, 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 womp. Very, very bad. So what would happen is essentially that thing would produce JSON documents that other parsers would rightfully refuse. Here's another thing that parser would do. So, well, this is not about the parser, right? This is about the serializer. So the serializer was doing this shit. The parser would do this. Let's say that you have a JSON document. So again, what I showed up until now was you having, objects in your application and trying to serialize these objects to JSON. Some of them, well, some fields of them being some properties that they had were floats, and if the float was none, it would do this. On the opposite end, when parsing JSON. It accepted this. And it's not like it accepted this by mistake. It deliberately accepted this. It had the concept of unquoted strings. Why? Why are you doing this? Why would you do this? And here's where this feature becomes, this is already evil. If you do this, you are evil. You're going to hell. Deservedly so. But this was the next level thing. Is as a delicious side effect of this ability, if a array had a trailing comma, this would get parsed as banana, apple, and empty string. Because why not, right? I think that it would have been parsed as an empty string even if there was a space. So that was a disaster. That was absolutely a disaster. The thing was like the bane of my existence. Yeah. JSON.net. JSON.net scheme. Pricing. How dare you? How dare you ask for money? How dare you, man? The most popular .NET library, over $1 billion. Man, this is horrible. Like, absolute horrible. View demo. Horrible. Jail. Automatic jail. Okay, anyway. So, this is a JSON alternative, and I want it to be a, oops, what have I done? And I want this to be, yeah, it isn't valid JSON either. Yeah. My point is, it should just have been an error. The fact that it has, like, the point is, accepting unquoted strings, that's wrong. You shouldn't be doing that. That's already confusing as is. But then it had this like extra opportunity for yet another food gun, where what would happen is that somebody who was not me would write horribly wrong JSON. And the reason why they would do that is because they had not studied the JSON grammar, so they didn't know what JSON was even supposed to look like. So they would write this stuff, and in their defense, it worked. So the thing, it would work. So why would they double check if it was working for the wrong reasons, right? Which, by the way, this is, I think, probably an important lesson when it comes to software and design. You don't want to give your users things that succeed for the wrong reasons. That's a problem. Man, that's probably, a nice topic for a talk on its own. In any case. So sorry, what I was saying is they would write wrong JSON, and then I would look at the logs of the application, and the application would say that there were 3 elements added, put in an array that was supposed to have 2 elements, for example, or that it had like this phantom thing that was like, that I assumed originally was either input wrong, which I guess that's what was happening, but it was confusing, or it was the result of another bug in another component that was maybe supposed to generate those values automatically, and it was by mistake looping one too many times and generating an empty thing. And instead it was just a, I don't know, weird mess with the parser. So Um, yeah. Anyway, uh, okay. So I want Ziggy to be a better language than JSON in terms of tuning at the very least. And I don't know if I said this already, but I want Ziggy to be a superset of JSON. So I want you to be able to take a valid JSON document and parse it as a Ziggy document. And don't worry, I don't do the unquoted string thing, so um, it's not as dumb. Okay, so what does it look like? Well, it looks like this. A Ziggy document can be a bracelet struct, or it can be a value. A bracelet struct is a sequence of struct fields with an optional trailing comma. Values can be null, booleans, integers, floats, bytes, enums, unions, arrays, structs, and dictionaries. Booleans are, what you would expect. Integers are definitely more fancy than what JSON does. Also, JSON does not distinguish between integers and floats in its grammar because it's doing the JavaScript thing where every number is a float, even when it isn't. We are not doing this here. I mean, frankly, at the grammar level, whether you do it or not, I don't know to what degree it is important. Well, let me put it this way. No, it is important at the parser level. It is not necessarily important at the tokenizer level. But anyway, because these guys are one token each. In any case, what's an integer? An integer is an optional minus. Then it can either be 0 as a normal decimal number, but it's just 0, or it can be a 0b and then a sequence of bits, 0 O and then a sequence of octets, 0x and then a sequence of hex digits. This would allow you to do things like this. It would allow you to do something like like index or like script.js. Like, let's say that it's a file, and then I have permissions, and it's a 00777 also dot 00777, which, by the way, this is currently failing because I have not implemented this yet. This is my plan, essentially. Like all these different variations for weird literals when it comes to floats and integers, this stuff has been up until now underspecified because I just had, the normal stuff work, essentially. And then I delayed polishing it until I knew what I wanted to do, and now I do. So this stuff here, essentially, you know what? I'll increase the size of this a bit. So the decimal numbers, this is what JSON supports. What I have included from Zig, because again, Ziggy is also bringing in Zig syntax. What I've extended this with is the ability to put underscores in numbers. So the idea is that if you're doing, 10,000, you can put an underscore. You can see that the LSP is fine with it, but the 3D sitter grammar is not yet, because as I said, I haven't updated yet the toolchain to support this use case because I've just designed it. But we support adding underscores just like it happens with Zig. And that helps with clarity because, as I said, if you're making millions or whatever, tens of millions, the underscores really help with readability. So let's do it. Readability is good in textual formats like this one. Then, as I said, 0b for binary, 0o for octets. Each one can have its own uses. Maybe it's 0b because you have something that is some kind of flag system where you're comfortable having it be that, and so you want it visually to be a series of bits. Obviously, it's horribly inefficient. You're wasting one full byte for a bit, but it's fine. It's a textual format for configuration stuff, that kind of stuff. So, as I said, octets, hex values as well. Usual suspects, 0x, whatever. Do I support 0x? No, right now I don't even support 0x. Then floats. Floats are essentially the same as JSON plus the underscore support that Zig has. Same idea, 10 millions, 0.0, you should be able to do it. That's kind of the idea. Then what are bytes? Bytes are Ziggy strings, but they are called bytes and not strings. It's cursed. Yeah, this is cursed. You can do it. The grammar doesn't prevent you from doing this. It's obviously on you to do things that make sense. We don't force you. I think the same is true also in Zig. Zig does not force you to necessarily use this grouping. I believe that there are cultures that don't group numbers the same way. I think it's like there are some numbering systems that I believe split numbers in weird ways. I think French is one of those languages, although I don't think that is like, I think that is how they pronounce numbers, or like tell them colloquially rather than being something that you see in notation, I think. But I also think that there are some other languages that don't do it this way. Again, I might be wrong, but I think that Japanese doesn't divide by the thousands. In any case, it's not hard coded. The underscore is there essentially for you. And yeah, if you want to do this thing, it's in your power to do it. The one thing that is imposed is that trailing is not allowed. Trailing underscores are not allowed. Why are strings called bytes and not strings? Because in a JSON string can only represent valid Unicode, but I want to be able to put also not just valid Unicode in a Ziggy string. How does it work? There is one abstraction thing that must be kept clear. You are not allowed to paste random bytes that show up as, the diamond question mark symbol. You're not allowed to put garbage in the string. You have to use escape codes. So you can only put printable Unicode in the string, but then you can use /x to indicate random arbitrary byte values, including ones that will not map to a valid Unicode code point. That is something that JSON does not allow. While here, I want to allow it. You might ask, why do you want to allow it? And the answer is, I want you to be able to put in a bytes literal something that is not a string, like an image. An image is not a valid string, and I want you to be able to serialize it in a string value. Maybe an image is not the best example of this, because why are you even putting an image in there? But whatever. I think the flexibility is good, but also because, for example, terminal output is not valid Unicode. Like if you wanted, for example, to save verbatim the output, the terminal output of a process, and you wanted to serialize it into one of these in a Ziggy document, you have all the terminal escape codes that are not valid Unicode. There are a bunch of non-printable characters. There are a bunch of weird bytes going on. So I think that Ziggy should be a file format that allows you to serialize this stuff. I think there are valid use cases for it. And at the same time, it's not the file format's job to define what is a valid string or not, because, again, as usual, valid Unicode code points, sure, that is a starting point towards making sure that the string that you have is valid. But then there's a lot of other things that you want to worry about, and you have to worry about them yourself depending on your use case. It's not something that the file format should essentially force you to do in a janky way. It's on you to understand that this is what you're doing. So, long story short, Ziggy has bytes literals, it doesn't have strings literals. So if you're in a context where you have restrictions on what should be in those things, it's on you to do validation. Because again, forcing Unicode is not enough. Forcing Unicode is good up to a point, but it's not the full length. It's a partial solution. So people that don't deal with these things with all the required understanding oftentimes think that, well, it's valid Unicode, so I'm good. No, man, you're not. You're absolutely not. Is your thing normalized? Is your thing... there's a bunch of things that you might want to do depending on your use case. So we essentially don't want to pacify the non-string use case in order to save you from, well, in order to make it slightly easier to do the right thing in the other case, except that it's not enough to really do the right thing. So anyway, these are quote escapes. Also, one last thing that is so funny, these weird escapes, these escapes here are mostly from JavaScript. So, slash quote, that's an escaped quote, that's normal. Slash, that's an escaped slash, that's also normal. Slash n, good old new line, everybody loves them. Slash r, carriage return, that stinks, shouldn't be in this document. Yeah, some people like carriage returns as well. That's their business, I guess. And slash t, everybody's favorite, the tab. There are two more weird escapes though that JSON supports, and are these two guys up here. So slash b is a backspace. It's a control character that represents a backspace. So if you print to the terminal a string that contains a backspace, you will literally see the cursor of the terminal go back. Well, you won't see it because it's going to be too fast, but you will see that essentially it moves the cursor back one cell, eats the character in there, and then keeps printing. Why would you encode a backspace inside of a string? That is absolutely beyond me why they did this. That is evil at its finest, in my opinion. Another funny thing is slash backslash to encode key presses. Yeah, but why only this? Like, why only do this? Why not support, like, if you want to support arbitrary control characters and weird stuff, why not accept it all? Why only do the backspace of all things? Anyway, here's the other one. Backspace is printable. It depends, I guess, on your definition of printable. If you go by printable Unicode is not something, it's not it's a formalized concept. Printable Unicode is Unicode that in UTF-8 is above 0x20. So it's the 33rd character going forward. Well, the first 32 characters, the first 32 code points, ASCII, the first 32 ASCII characters are control characters, and the backspace is in there. So, and then the ones after that are called printable. So no, backspace is, according to the official definition of printable, not printable. But I guess your point is that it's a thing that has a visual feedback. And yes, it does. I don't know. It's just weird and dumb. I don't get it. Have you considered having a separate type for JSON strings? No, because I don't want to have two kinds of quoted strings where they have a different set of escape codes supported in them. I mean, my point, no, sorry, maybe I should say, you could do it. It would be a choice that would bring, some benefits and some downsides, like everything. I don't think I want to go in that direction. I think that supporting just normal double quoted strings is the right move. I do have a secondary type of string, and you've seen it. You've seen it already in here. Let me see. Well, maybe not in here, but you've seen it. You've seen it in here. It's this. It's the multi-line string literal. So multi-line string literals are string literals. They are the same as Zig. So it's a way of having a string literal that can have new lines in it, unescaped new lines. Or rather, sorry, not necessarily. Well, not in the output, because these new lines are, well, no, well, I'm dumb. I'm saying this wrong. Yes, these new lines are also in the output. In any case, it's for when you want to have a long string that you want to be able to read in the source code, but you don't want to go insane having to read a string that has a bunch of slash n's in it, and it's impossible to read. So this makes strings a lot more readable. Multi-line string literals are one of my favorite features of Zig, and I'm always flabbergasted when people complain about them and say that oh, they're so ugly and whatnot. I don't get it. Oh, I also saw just now a message. Let's see, maybe Zig can have .foo equals UTF-8. But here's the thing: you can put emojis in JSON strings. Those are fine. You can totally plop an emoji in a JSON string and it will not complain, because that is printable Unicode. Which, by the way, to be clear, that is a different concept than printing characters. For example, zero width joiners are printable, but they are not printing characters in the sense that they don't show up as anything. In any case, so this is the second type of string literal that we have. And so you saw, right? Bytes is either quoted escapes or a multi-line string. A multi-line string, and here's where things get interesting. This one I'm calling a string because in this one, there is no escape code support. The multi-line string is taken literally. So like if there's a, let me think of like if you put /t in a multi-line string literal, you're literally saying slash and t. You're not putting a tab in there. Well, if you put a /t in a quoted escape string, then you're adding a hard tab to your string. In theory, in practice, that's how it works. Sorry. Okay, so what's a multi-line string? A multi-line string is this, right? // then a bunch of printable Unicode, and then a new line. Here's how I'm thinking of changing this. And also and these are a sequence of these lines, and white space is allowed between lines. So you can, for example, comment out a line. My grammar is not doing a particularly good job at this. Sorry, my syntax highlighter, because you can see that it's really not doing it right. It's not changing the syntax highlighting, but it should change the syntax highlighting to a different color. Sorry, why is it? Okay, so in this context it does it right. In here it doesn't. That's dumb. Anyway, that's on me. I defined it wrong in the grammar. But as I said, I'm formalizing these things only now. So here's the question though. Printable Unicode does not include tabs. In fact, in Zig, so let's switch from Ziggy to the Zig programming language. Let me see if we can find one Zig file somewhere. In Zig, if I do this, so this is a multi-line string literal. I don't even know how to input a tab. How do you even input a tab? Because the tab is driving indentation, even though I'm in insert mode. Control Shift I. Holy shit. So you have a keybind for it. There we go. Here's my hard tab. Well, in any case, if I put a hard tab in here, you can see that it freaks out. It's not happy with, it's definitely not happy with my hard tab. So you cannot put hard tabs in Zig multi-line string literals. And that's a shame because they are a line-oriented representation of text, and being able to put indentation in it is good, right? Let's imagine that instead of being complete garbage, this was actually a meaningful thing, like def main, like I'm essentially I have a Python program in here, so I would like to indent and then say print hello world, something like this. The problem is that it doesn't work. In Zig, you can't do this. And you cannot even do /t because /t doesn't mean tab. Don't indent your Python with tabs. Yeah. So, how do we solve this problem? And I will say also this. I understand, though, not wanting to put tabs in your things because tabs are a control character. They're weird as fuck. I strongly believe that tabs, hard tabs, absolutely do not belong in quoted strings. But multi-line string literals do have a much more stronger case, in my opinion, for allowing tabs as one special kind of control character that you allow in them. There's nothing more satisfying than writing Python in a Zig multi-line string. Yeah. So here's one weird idea. What if tabs were allowed as a prefix? So you can put tabs in your multi-line string literal, but only at the beginning. That was my idea. Actually, here's how I did it. Here's the process that I went through. I have first I said, let me see if I can find it. It's a sequence. Choice last, choice last, choice last. Yeah, so prefix only negates the actual origin of tabs as part of tables. But I still think that it's not, in this context, it's not particularly useful. Like, my point is that if you have a table, would you really benefit from the multi-line string literal? I guess you would benefit to some degree. You would be able to see the tab. But in any case, I'll get to this. I'm just talking about my reasoning. I'll get to that in a moment. So my first attempt at this was this one. Is there a specific reason tabs are not allowed in Zig multi-line strings? I don't know precisely what Andrew's reasoning is, but the general answer is tabs are a control character, and you generally do not want control characters in your strings. Like, you don't want a character that rings a bell in the terminal in your string. Like, that's generally stuff that you, I think, rightfully want to avoid. Like, if we search for an ASCII table, I can show you the categorization of these things. Yeah, sure. Why is a stupid ASCII table website asking for cookies, man? So these are control characters, and then these starting at hex 20. So from the 32nd character going forward, well, 33rd characters. This is they start at 0. This is index 32. these are printable characters. And then after you go past 127, now you have to worry about your encoding. But if it's UTF-8, then you're good. So, which is the case for Ziggy. Ziggy is UTF-8 only. No UTF-16, no UTF-32. JSON is not defined like this. JSON allows you to encode it as a UTF-32 document. That's, in my opinion, I don't know, bad idea. So I like to put /G at the end of long running scripts. That's fine. But so you see the point, right? You are showcasing the point. You put /G. You don't paste the control character in there. That's the point. And here there is no /G. So in this list of escapes, G is not one of the ones allowed. B is for some reason, but G is not. But you can still achieve that with a /X. Actually, maybe /U. You know what? I think /U might be able to do this as well. I don't remember. But at the very least, /X will allow you to put a bell or whatever thing. Even if the escape is not /G, there's no shortcut for it. You can you know what's G? Let's go find it out. What's /G? Where's my bell? Where's my bell? There we go. It's hex07. So you put /x07 and now you have a bell. So the point is, right, the point is usually you don't want to paste control characters verbatim. You want to escape them. Tabs exist in this weird limbo where they are a space character-ish, but they're not a normal space. They're categorized under control characters, which are the ones that, like, you don't want. These things don't even have a visual representation except tabs, I think. Well, in, I guess, new line. But like group separator, file separator, record separator, unit separator. These are weirdo characters that your editors won't even know how to show, I believe. So yeah, tabs are in here. They're 9, I believe. Yeah, horizontal tab. Apparently, there's also vertical tab. What's that supposed to be or do? I have no clue. I'm afraid to ask at this point. And so yeah, so this is the categorization of all these things. But I do think that in multi-line string literals, there's an argument to be made in favor of tabs. So long story short, sorry, I said that I started this as the idea of allowing a prefix. So let me copy this above so I can demo this stuff. By the way, Ziggy supports comments. We haven't gotten there yet. But so originally I started with this. I started with a sequence optional prefix where the idea is I think these two guys were outside of it. Like this. And then there was a skip in here, I think. So I started with this. Okay. What the fuck just happened? Did I pull this out? Yeah, I did. That's fine. So double slash, and then you can put tabs and then printable Unicode, or you can skip the tab and then printable Unicode, and or you can skip that as well and do well. Let's assume that the slash R was optional. I messed it up right now, moving things around, but that's how I started. But then I realized that you might still want to have. I wasn't thinking about tables specifically, but I was thinking of you have indentation, then you have some alignment, and then depending on the context, you might want to have some more indentation. It's not when you have nested things like I could see like Super HTML today produces tab indentation and then spaces for alignment, and then it stops there. But if we were to also want to allow you people to um, do alignment of the contents of an attribute value in HTML, like a complex scripty expression, then maybe a tab in there would make sense. So I don't know. This was the idea, but maybe in any case, I concluded that this is too restrictive probably. So then I went from this to this. Keep in mind that this by the way, this has a property. You see optional prefix, how it works? This has the property that you cannot put only tabs in a line. You have to put at least one non-tab character before the end of the line. So that was also another weird restriction. So I said, okay, you know what? Maybe we can make it all optional. So like you can have tabs. You can also have tabs and then no printable Unicode afterwards. But what I'm thinking about right now is just merge these two things and say, yeah, tabs are allowed. So essentially change this to this printable Unicode and /t like this. It's just printable Unicode, but also tabs, hard tabs, like allowing hard tabs in the string literal. So I think that that's the direction that I want to go towards. Also, what to do about carriage returns? Allowing carriage returns in the middle of a string, that seems a bad idea. But essentially allowing them as a possible end of line complicates parsing a little bit. But you know, people that have misconfigured environments that don't care about this stuff, they can avoid encountering errors that they don't understand. And I think that anybody else will, in any case, use the auto formatter, and the auto formatter will automatically will always strip carriage returns and other weird shit. So there's that. Also, because I think that yeah, in any case, so there's that. Then what else is in Zig? Enums. This is non-surprising, right? Just dot identifier like in Zig. A union is an enum with a value between parentheses. This looks like function call syntax in Zig, but for us, it's a union. We need visual distinction between unions that have like notational distinction between structs that have a single field versus actual unions. Zig as a language doesn't care in the same way. It could, I guess, but that ship has sailed because now that notation is used for function calls, and frankly, it's more used as syntax for function calls than it is as syntax for tagged unions, in my opinion. So it's good. Structs, nothing surprising there either. Struct field, also what we expect. Dictionary field, it has quoted escapes as a key, and then a veil after colon. An identifier is just, you know, starts with a letter or an underscore, continues with a letter or an underscore or 09. white space. This is another interesting thing that JSON does not do. So JSON allows as white space the same thing that we allow. So spaces, tabs, carriage returns, and new lines. But it doesn't have the concept of a comment, while we do have the concept of a comment. And here I wrote something that I think is wrong. So here's the problem. As this is written right now, a comment is a double slash. Sorry, I previously I called these backslashes and the other one slashes. I think it's the opposite, right? These are slashes, the other ones are backslashes. So 2 slashes, then printable Unicode again. But then we also allow tabs in here, which we have to because JSON allows tabs in white space, and essentially we are extending. We want to be a superset of JSON. So I think we should allow tabs in here as well. Or you know what? Actually, I take this back. We could be more restrictive about what goes in a comment, but you know, there's no downside, I think, in allowing tabs in here. Now, I've written here that we also allow carriage returns, but a carriage return in the middle of a string, I believe that it will be rendered like the carriage return. I don't know if it will also turn into a new line. I guess it depends on the system, right? I think that on macOS, historically, a carriage return was an equivalent to a new line. So just one carriage return would imply also a new line, I think. People can correct me if I'm wrong. But in any case, what does a carriage return on its own do? I'm not even sure I know what it would do on. I'm not even sure it will always do the same thing on all systems. I think that depending on what it is that you're using to edit or print or whatever, manipulate this quantity, it will have weird side effects. So I think that the answer is that when we see a carriage return, essentially we treat it as a new line. So the carriage return interrupts the comment, and now we are back in normal white space. We don't care about being precise about what is in the content in a comment or not, as much as we are interested in that when it comes to strings. But with comments, the idea behind Ziggy is that a comment is not supposed to have any meaningful information. Tokenizers should be allowed to ignore comments. That's actually the default operational mode of the Ziggy tokenizer. Just ignoring comments, not even bother parsing them or like returning them as a token. So yeah, with that in mind, I think this needs a slight change where essentially we need to turn it into what we were doing up here, where there's a optional carriage return and then a new line. Okay, if we do it like this, we force the presence of a new line. Do we want to do that? I think we should. Yeah. So let's do that. Printable Unicode and tab. And then a choice. And the choice is between an external with a tab and a skip. And this is a choice last. And well, would you look at that? I actually need to make this an error. I'm failing to make this an error, but I haven't escaped tab. So it shows up as a literal tab in here. Yeah, that's bad. Well, there we go. /t. So I think that this is what I want to go for Ziggy right now. And I don't know. Shouldn't I? Oh, /art. Yeah, thank you. I'm dumb. Thank you. I'm brain farting hard. Okay, thank you. Yes. So this is it. Okay, let me see if I can restart YouTube chat. Oh shit, I don't see anything. I think the YouTube chat is just goner. Because usually when YouTube chat works, I see it here load up again. And the thing is, yeah, I don't know what's going on. I really don't know what's going on, man. YouTube is messing with me. Anyway, sorry, YouTube people. I see YouTube chat in any case in another tab. So if you send a message, I will be able to reply. Um, for now, this is what it is. Okay. So yeah. So this is my plan for Ziggy. This is it. I need to implement. I now need to properly implement in the tokenizer the precise procedure for integers, floats, and quoted escapes and multi-line strings. Everything else is done, but strings and numbers are we're still all left. Railroads for Ziggy schema. I don't think it needs it because Ziggy schema is. I mean, sure, it could be done. Obviously, you can totally do it. I'm not sure it is important though. I think that the railroad that you care about is the Ziggy railroad. I don't think you really care about the Ziggy schema railroad as much. Because Ziggy schema is not recursive. When you make a Ziggy schema, like if I go to definition, hello? Oh, my thing is not being nice. So if I oh no, my thing is not being nice. Wait. My thing is right. I have no railroad schema in here. Railroad install schema. Nice. By the way, you're seeing a stack trace because this is a debug build. And in my software, when I make a debug build, it always prints a stack trace when it exits, even if it's not a crash. Just putting this out there. So this was just correctly erroring out and then exiting. But since we are in debug mode, it exits with a panic so that we get a stack trace. Okay, so now we have a Ziggy schema. So now if I go in Ziggy, I can go to definition. There we go. My editor, unfortunately, it's not configured to recognize this file yet, but we're getting there. Okay, there we go. So like a Ziggy schema is not recursive. When this is nesting, this never nests explicitly. It always nests with a reference name. So the fact that you're forced to split these names separately, in my opinion, makes the railroad diagram exponentially less useful. While instead a document is arbitrarily deeply nested. And so in my opinion, in that case, it's a lot more useful for users to see a railroad diagram. Struct nest. It can nest in the sense that you can put definitions in here. Yes, you can do this. You can put a definition in here. Yes, that's true. But you cannot do this. I think that most of the confusion when it comes to Ziggy is that you are allowed to do this with items that have significantly different syntax, because you have a dictionary that nests like this, then there's an array, then it nests into a struct, which then nests into a union, which then nests into another struct. So I think that this is the thing where this is what fuels, I think, most of the interest for a railroad diagram. That said, sure, it's not all of it. Would it hurt to have a railroad diagram for Ziggy schema? Maybe not. Probably not. but I think it's not as important. Let's just put it that way. Okay. So I'm happy with this, and I think I want to push this. And I think I want to put this on the Ziggy website. So right now I have, so Zine doesn't have native support for these diagrams yet, but we are, by the way, on the website repository right now. So let's do this. Let me change this to warning. Um, these diagrams represent the design, the upcoming design, upcoming decisions in Ziggy, which are not implemented yet. Okay. Then I think we might want to copy over the updated CSS. Oh, do I have this? Railroad show CSS? Oh man. Man, who did this? Is a genius. So there we go. Oh, we still have the 4 pixel stuff. Well, you know what? Fuck it. We'll keep it. Uh and let's copy everything over. Again, this is not the final experience, right? The final experience is being able to immediately directly embed this stuff into Zine itself without you having to recurse to any external tool. But since we don't have it yet, for now we make do. So copy the SVG. Oops. That's one. Also, you know what? I think I might want to run Zine. Oh, I have 0.21 dev. Well, that is something that I might want to look into because 0.21 dev I think should be compatible with the previous version, although we don't know for sure that that is the previous version. Oh man. Okay, so let's see what this looks like. So this is okay. Actually, you know what? We could even do this. Sorry, chat. You're gone for a moment, but check this out. These are all my live reloading servers. Oh shit. Wrong thing. These are all my live reloading servers coming together at the same time. Man, look at the integer that used to be able to do. Not anymore. Look at the look at this prototyped bytes thing. So funny. Letters. What even is a letter, man? I also need to adjust the IDs. I'll do that in a moment. Actually, maybe might as well start doing it Git as well. So this is a $text.id. ID bracelet struct. Value. Okay. Okay. So we now need to put quoted escapes in here. Oh, that's funny. Union. All right. Also, did I link these guys? I did not. Yeah, so the dictionary is updated. You can make the quote that escapes a multi-line string in bytes diagram clickable as it is in row SVG. Clickable as it is row SVG? You mean clickable like this? They already are. Yeah, I've done it. And I think it should work also in here. If it doesn't, it's because I'm fucking up something. Oh, it's because I didn't give it an ID. Ta-da! Well, I have not defined identifier yet. Full Zine integration. Once I will have full Zine integration, Zine will be able also to know that these things request the existence of IDs, and it will be able to turn this into build error. The fact that these guys define an ID that is not present in this document, it's going to be deletions once I implement that as well. Oh shit. Identifier is comment. There you go. Identifier, comment. No, this is white space. Oh man. There we go. So in theory, you have it all. Oh, float does not work. Bytes is correct. Enum, union, array, struct, dictionary. Uh, float we're missing. Because we're not linking. Now it works. There we go. We now have all the nice railroad diagrams. So non-terminals always reference something. Not exactly. The way it works is that there are two types of non-terminals. There are references and externals. External non-terminals, reference non-terminals have to correctly reference another one of these guys. External references don't have to. External references are uh, whatever you want them to be. External references also support being big. So, for example, if we, well, you know what? I'll show this in the other tool. So if I go, actually, I have this. No, not in this one. It's in the other file. Okay, but let's say that here I am gonna add a third thing, which is an external. I can say banana or whatever, and it works. But most importantly, externals support also this. They also support multi-line, and when you switch to multi-line, they have more padding around the text for better readability. Also, notice this. Multi-line string literal instead of a union misaligns the end parentheses. This is the FMT fix that I was referencing. Um, so I want to fix this in the formatter as well. In any case, one problem at a time. So this works. What do we have in here? Changes to the diagrams page. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, we totally made some changes. There's no doubt there. This was not pushed yet. Oh, I forgot to push this. And then this is a change that actually I'm just doing so that I can test this locally. I shouldn't have to do this change locally. Okay. Yeah, I think maybe dev versions should just skip the version check. Let's go to log. Introduced syntax highlighting support. Um, Ziggy document railroad diagrams are up. I guess this can be lowercase. Look at the top menu. It now links to railroad diagrams that explain how the documents are structured. Same idea as the railroad diagrams on json.org, but with some fancy well, let's just put it away, essentially. Those diagrams where are defined as a Ziggy document. Actually, before I get here, I should say that the application I made myself. I wrote the railroad diagram application, well, generator, and you will never be able to guess which uh, data serialization file format it accepts and input as input. Make sure to set up the corresponding um, Ziggy schema correctly to get the best editing experience. Um, Also, if you want to see the source for for um, no, Ziggin. So the next step is to um, oh no, I'm gonna rephrase this slightly. I've used this as an opportunity. I've always known that I wanted Ziggy to be a proper superset of JSON, but it wasn't clear to me right away how to uh, extend that syntax with more Zig style. Um, with more Zig style constructs. Writing diagrams has helped me understand the problem space a bit better. And now the next step is to actually align the implementation with the latest, to the latest design. I should note though that the diagrams are not the authoritative source. I'll write a proper peg grammar in the near future. Okay. Was it actually already running? No, okay. I had closed it, I guess. And I'm gonna change this to 15. Okay. Change the date to today. And I think we can push. Revert that change. Right. Oh, there is one last thing I want to do in diagrams. Let's put a add github.com stuff IT railroad. There we go. Okay. So this is out. Now we need to fix the auto formatter so that it stops mishandling new lines. I think I'll add a failing test for this. Let's see if we can make it pass. Let me see these updates. So 2024 website launched, 2025 improved formatter parsing, 2020 end of 2025 I did the serious rewrite where I went to the proper syntax. Man, the old syntax was ugly. (2026-06). That's where the schema stuff and deserializer stuff got serious. This is now the railroad moment. I guess the next update, well, the next big update is going to be, yes, I've removed all the POC quality hacky code for parsing numbers and strings, and now we're following the spec. I guess at that point I will publish the grammar, and then for a while I guess I'll just use Ziggy as is before deciding whether to complicate it further or not. I don't know actually what after that. Well, it's been a long journey. There has definitely been a ton of time where Ziggy did not get any love, or rather, let's say, not much love, but because it was being used in Zine and it was like good enough for that. And then I had a bunch of things that I didn't do. So now this is all it's kicking into gear. It's been a while, but it's now kicking into gear. Okay. Uh Formatter error. Well, formatter bug. You should add foo and bar as an example of it failing. Oh, but no, it doesn't fail. Foobar is supported by Ziggy. It's just not going to assume that there's a third hidden element. Trailing commas are allowed in Ziggy. They are trailing commas are amazing. Let me see if I can show you. Uh, we have a Ziggy file in here. Yes. Repro.ziggy, foo.ziggy. Repro.ziggy seems like a bad thing. Let's open foo.ziggy. So check this out. I add a trailing comma. That tells the auto formatter that I want vertical alignment. I take it out, and now it's back to horizontal alignment. And I can do the test with other things. Like I have a dictionary. That's fine. I put a trailing comma, and now we have vertical alignment. And now, when you want to add a new line below, because there's always a trailing comma, you never have the problem where you add something new and then this one didn't have a comma and you didn't notice, and now the thing is complaining because there's a missing comma, and then you go back and add it afterwards. I don't know if this has happened to people, but yeah, that's yep. That is entirely, yeah, that's the thing. That's why it's called Ziggy. That's why it's called Ziggy. It's uh take all the niceties, proper tool chain, like take all the ideas behind Zig, like having a good tool chain, having syntax that people might like or not like Zig syntax. That's up to you, taste. Uh, but Zig syntax has a few nice affordances, at the very least, and so I want to bring those to the data serialization world. There you go. Okay, I'm noticing that I have some tests here that have been commented out that maybe I should have not commented out. I think those were commented out because I was messing around, and then I needed to do some work to upgrade them because this diagnostic abstraction doesn't exist anymore for the AST. I think. So I think I just never updated them. But you know what? Maybe this is time. This is time to restore these tests, add a new one at the end, and then we use that to fix everything. This is literally the number one feature from Zig FMT. I absolutely agree. You want to see something cool? I'll show you all something cool. So you saw Ziggy, right? Data serialization language, trailing commas. Wouldn't it be cool if you were able to do the same with HTML? Wouldn't it be cool if you had something like a div and then you have attributes? And then maybe you had, something else like you had, I don't know, access key. Whoops, I indented it by mistake. Access key. Data foo. Wouldn't it be nice if there was a concept of a training comma? Well, what if we were to consider presence of white space between the last attribute and the diamond bracket as a form of training comma, as a form of requesting vertical white space, so that you on save get vertical alignment. With also this, if you'll allow it, pretty neat style of attribute alignment, which I really like. And then if you know at some point delete enough stuff and say, oh, you know what, this could go back to vertical or horizontal alignment, then you take out the white space between the last attribute and the diamond bracket, and now it goes back up. Wouldn't it be cool? Wouldn't also it be cool if you could do this with items, with elements themselves? Something like I put a bunch of text in here, and that's fine. But then I put a space in the beginning, and that means that I'm requesting vertical alignment. And then I take this back, and now I'm requesting horizontal alignment. That's what you're looking at is the Super HTML language server, which I wrote. You can have it in your editor. You can have it in VS Code. It's on the marketplace. And that alone, I think it's pretty sweet. It also tells you when you write wrong HTML, which is apparently a feature that editors don't do. Also, duplicate attributes are caught. Duplicate IDs are caught. Did you know that access key has a syntax where you cannot repeat letters because each letter is supposed to be a key bind, a separate key bind? Or you cannot put multiple letters at the same time because they have to be individual letters. There's wrong HTML? Yes, there is. The browser eats it up all the same. It does, but it will introduce a recovery procedure which will potentially interpret your HTML, like recover it in a way that is not what you were expecting. And that can sometimes mess you up, especially if you are writing JavaScript code that is, you know, expecting a certain structure in the DOM, and then turns out that you have a different structure caused by your mistakes. So you would actually benefit from having a tool that tells you when you're writing wrong HTML. I'll give you the quintessential example. You know what people do? They do this. They do div, and then they self-close the div, and then they do something else. They put, you know, another div in here, and then they close it like this. And, you know, and maybe this one has content. Now, if you use my LSP, it will tell you, dude, HTML elements cannot self-close. This is the self-closing syntax. In XML, this is a shorthand for this. But in HTML, that's not a thing. It doesn't exist. So you write this thinking that you have closed this div, but in reality, you know what the recovery procedure is for browsers? All browsers. This is spec. The HTML spec says that browsers have to do this. It's this. Essentially, they are supposed to ignore this. This is going to be a child element of this div, and then it will be implicitly closed afterwards. So if you have this, and you write a piece of JavaScript code that does id arst dot child next, you think you're getting here, you're not getting here, because the first next gets you here, the second next, you do next 3 times, the second next gets you here, the third next is null, or I don't know what happens. Like, I guess it depends on which specific function you're calling, but you're not getting to this guy because this guy is a child of this guy. At what point is it implicitly closed? End of document? No, it's implicitly closed when the parent element closes. I guess it depends, right? Because I guess if you do this, then this div becomes, this closing tag becomes the closing tag of this guy. So now you have this guy that is mispaired. So essentially, this is like a cascading failure. In other contexts, a tag can also be an element can be implicitly closed if what is next is an element that cannot be nested under it. So, for example, if you do ul and then here you do li and then another li, these two li's, they're siblings. They're not nested into one another because li does not support nested li's. And so when the parser sees that we are in here and another li opens, it will implicitly close this one. This is technically a feature of HTML. Like, this is not a unfortunate side effect. This was done deliberately on purpose. I think that's evil as well. In hindsight, not the greatest idea, if you ask me. But that's how they designed it. I guess the idea was that, it would make the syntax more lightweight. You could, like, I guess their idea is that the Markdown wasn't a thing, so they were trying to make the HTML syntax easier to use, I think. So EMG is wrong syntax. It should be just yes, correct. There's a lot of misinformation on the internet about this. Self-closing tags do not exist at all whatsoever in HTML. EMG is a void tag. It's a tag that has no body. So it only has a start tag and it never has an end tag because it has no body. So what happens is that if you write a closing slash, it's a no op. And so it works out in the end. But the problem with doing this is that it's making you think that self-closing is a possibility in HTML. That's the problem. Like, I'm really annoyed at tooling that makes that at things that suggest you do this because they are misleading you. Yeah, my entire life is a lie. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know why. I don't know why nobody cares about this stuff. And to be clear, it's not like I love HTML. I don't know. It's a fucking mess, man. But I'm tired. So when I made my static site generator, like you're seeing me mess around with my Ziggy language, right? And my railroad stuff. But the reason why I did this is because I made my own static site generator because I was tired of writing Hugo websites that had wrong HTML everywhere because the template syntax was ass and I would make mistakes and nothing in the whole pipeline would tell me that I made a mistake, which, by the way, I have ported to Zine a bunch of Hugo websites over time. Every single time I port over to Zine one of my old Hugo websites, systematically there is at least one mistake in the templates that I've made. But in my defense, the templating language was not helping me out, that's for sure. But also the tooling was just not checking any of the HTML. So this is not just a language server. Like, Super HTML is a language server for vanilla HTML, but it's also a templating language. And it's a templating language that makes it impossible to produce malformed HTML. To be clear, what I mean by that is that you see this, you see how here, so this is like a Hugo template type of thing where you treat HTML as a text. There's no concept of structure. So here you're copy pasting bits and pieces of HTML and essentially praying that they in the end combine into a valid string, and they might or might not. While in Super HTML, scripting is done by giving expressions to attributes and having special attributes that encode special behavior. Like, for example, an if attribute that performs branching evaluation, a loop attribute that evaluates the body of an element multiple times. So there is no way for you to forget a closing li or a closing ul tag because the templating language will hard fail if you do any of this. Now, today, the templating language will allow you to do things like It's not yet at a point where it checks semantically everything that you do, because it's, it's a templating language. It's complicated. There's like runtime logic, but the LSP that when you run it in a normal HTML document, it will do everything, right? I mentioned catching duplicate IDs, but it also knows a lot of things that none of the other tools know. Let me give you one example. So there's a button. Actually, there's a P, and I'm putting a button under a P. Okay, that's fine. I'm going to put a div under the P. You cannot put a div under a P. By the way, that's another thing that people do. Be aware that whenever you put a div under a P, you know what happens? The browser does this. It kills, it does this, to be precise. It interrupts early the P, pulls out your div, and then resumes the P if there's something below it. I might be, sorry, what I just said might not be the full story. I might be oversimplifying it slightly. I'm not sure. I don't remember perfectly what it does, but it does something along these lines. Yeah, because you're not supposed to put divs under Ps. So anyway, so this is what happens. So now you know, cannot put div under P. So you do you're editing an HTML file with this LSP on, and it will tell you. It will totally tell you that you fucked it up. Here's another funny one. Okay, so can you put a link in a button? Can you put an anchor in a button? Well, let's see. Well, so for now, it's complaining because I have wrong syntax. But will it complain or not? Let's see. It won't. You can put an anchor under a button. Unless the anchor has a link. Because then it becomes a clickable element. And so now you have a clickable element nested inside another clickable element. That is not allowed. Invalid nesting under button. Why? Presence of href. I wrote the first language server that tells you this stuff. And I'm not saying this necessarily to boast. I'm saying this in the sense of, why did it have to be me? Why has nobody done this before, man? We've been writing HTML for ages. Why has nobody bothered with making tooling that makes you write it right and not wrong? Isn't anchor used just for href? What else can you use for it? Use it for? Sometimes it's used for example, giving it an ID so that you can, fragment link to it. You can give an ID to anything, of course, but anchor has, I agree that in practice, people tend to use it only for links. But according to the way everything was designed, it's not meant to be just that. There is, in any case, a lot of overlap between things. Like my impression reading the HTML spec, and you can imagine that I've read it all, by the way. I've read, well, not everything. I've read everything related to tokenization and parsing. The runtime, like the DOM model, that kind of stuff, I haven't read at all because I was writing a language server for an editor, right? I don't care about what the box model says or like how JavaScript should interact with DOM at runtime. I'm like, this is a tool that goes in your editor and it just tells you when you're nesting things wrong. So this is the limits of my knowledge. But when it comes to tokenization and parsing, I've read it all, and they have a lot of bad reasoning and bad justification behind a lot of their design, in my opinion, and a lot of mistakes of time. It happens. You design things thinking that they're good, and then after a few years, after a few decades, you get to a point, you have enough information to know that maybe that wasn't the right approach or the best approach, but now it's a standard. That's now how it is, and you can't take it back as easily unless you're willing to break backwards compatibility. And when it comes to these things, it's always problematic for them to break backwards compatibility. They could do it, but they never want to. So we're left with, well, whatever it's left. There's a ton of absolutely whack HTML elements that make no sense whatsoever. I will even say that during this process, I have completely lost respect for all the semantic HTML elements, you know, something like article. Oh, by the way, I haven't showed it because I don't have autocomplete enabled by default. But obviously my LSP has autocomplete with you know, definitions and everything else. Also, you remember that I mentioned that there is no support for div under P. So if you go in here and you get auto completion, A, B, C, D, it will suggest a div. And then if you go under P, A, B, C, D, there's no div. So my auto completion will only suggest tags that are compatible with the context that you're in. Ruby, yeah. Ruby is for tiny annotations at the top of text. I don't know why they call it Ruby, but well, there you go. Okay, I'll say one last thing on this subject, and then I'll no, it's not the language. Super HTML, the register. Here's the funny thing, like even the register made an article about this. Oh man. Have you implemented any quick fixes in the Super HTML LSP? I need to add support to flow sometime. I don't think I have. Ruby originated as a unit of measurement used by typesetters representing the smallest size that the text can be printed on newsprint while remaining legible. Wow, cool. So yeah. Anyway. Let's let me unpack this. Oh man, this is all struct empty. No, this is a dict empty. Now, if it were a struct, it would have a dot in front of it. You know what? That makes this a non-interesting use case, I think. But whatever. Okay, how does AST init work anymore? I think it's less complicated than this. GPA source and options. What do you put in options? Just the limiter, which we don't care. So the default thing is fine. Then we make an AST. We defer the anything it. And then we expect FMT. But you cannot FMT and AST by itself anymore. Now you have to do .fmt. Passing source, which is case. And render mode, which is HTML, plain, or terminal. In our case, we want to do plain rendering. Diagnostic, nothing anymore. So this should be it. Let's run tests. If this passes, I'm gonna try to fail it on purpose. No module named ANSI term available within module root. Uh-oh. It's because it's the tests. They don't add ANSI. This is a new dependency. So I need to pass it to the setup test step. No, I need to give it to the Ziggy module, which we do. What's going on? What are we doing in test step? We are redefining the Ziggy module. Why? Why are we redefining it? Why are we not just accepting it as input? We pass in the CLI exe, so we might as well pass the Ziggy module. I'm not even sure we need target and optimize at this point. Let's see what happens now. Oh, root module of a compile step must be created with a known target field. Well, that answers the problem. The problem is our test step needs target and optimize, so that is annoying. Although we can do this, wait. You can't stop me. What is this? Is this evil? I don't know. Did you finish your explanation of why you lost respect for semantic HTML? Yeah, sorry. Yeah, no, you're right. I interrupted. I just blurted it out and then I never justified it. The reason why I lost respect is because some of those elements have accessibility implications in the sense that the element implies some area attributes, but I believe not all of them. I believe that some of them literally just do nothing. They do literally nothing. So to me, it seems that like you can play that game where you try to make it semantically structured, but if that has no impact on users, like visually it's the same thing, accessibility wise it's the same thing, I guess you could make it easier for a bot to scrape a better semantically structured HTML than not. But that's not really true because in any case, either you have a, if you will, dumb scraping bot, which will do an imperfect job no matter what, because it's not like that because it's not like a website that uses semantic tags will be, conforming to a schema or what. You will still be doing your own things. You will still be wrapping things in divs so that you can, reutilize a piece of CSS or whatever. You're still going to make a mess of things, probably. So, or rather, again, it's not part of the schema. It's not standardized. So you're not going to make it really significantly easier to scrape your website, assuming that is what you want. And then on the other hand, now you have AI scrapers, which really don't need any help. They already know more than well enough how to slurp up the actual content and without, recognizing the content from the framing around it. So ultimately, it's almost superstition to some degree, semantic HTML. There is a little bit of concreteness in the accessibility aspect, in my opinion. Well, I mean, that is a fact. There is some accessibility implications, which are good. But then past that, it's meaningless. It's, for example, like this reminds me of, and like, in the spec, they have explanations for all these things. They are just meaningless. Like there was there's like a definition tag where the spec says that tag is supposed to be for things like boat names. To be clear, they're not saying that the tag is specifically made for boats. They're saying that the tag is for names, important names, like boat names. It's like clearly the guy who wrote that thing likes boats and goes boating and cares about boat names. but it's but should that justify the addition of a HTML tag for that kind of stuff? I don't know. It's weird. And then you have like code, then you have data, then you have output. You have also you have a ton of tags also for all these things with a bunch of overlapping concerns. They are not a one-to-one, but they overlap so much. So my recommendation is don't bother. Slap a div on everything. Maybe do make sure that, you know, navigation is clearly easily accessible for, you know, visually impaired people. Make it clear what the title is. Give alt, for example, this is another one that is interesting. Images, in images, the alt attribute is technically mandatory. Like when you make an EMG, okay, you see this message that is kind of borked? It's because it's two error messages being printed on the same line. So let's look at them side by side. Missing required attributes. Source set must be present, of course, right? Image should say what its source is. And then alt is also mandatory according to the spec. So do this. In my opinion, putting alt in images is orders of magnitude more useful than using section, navigation elements. Well, maybe not the navigation element. I think the navigation element is one of those that has accessibility implications. So maybe that is a wrong example. But there's a bunch of those that, I don't know. I think they do nothing. Which makes me kind of mad, right? Because they're the authors are telling you, oh, you should do things this way, not that way, blah blah blah, and then it does nothing. I'm tired, boss, of people telling me that I should be doing this or that in software, and then it does nothing. What upcoming feature of Zig are you most excited about? Incremental compilation on ARM, man. I've been waiting for it forever. In defense of the people working on it, if I really wanted it hard enough, I should have been working on it myself instead of just, you know, sitting there and waiting for somebody else to do things for me. I'm looking forward to that happening. And to be clear, it's not like nothing is happening. What's happening is that incremental, like the full pipeline is a lot of work. And I believe that right now, MLAG is working on linkers because the full incremental thing is also incremental analysis, incremental semantic analysis, and in-place binary patching. Let's call it surgical linking. This is a term that Richard Feldman uses for Rock. I'm so tempted to steal it because it's so good. It's such a good name. It burns so much that I didn't think about it myself. But surgical linking or in-place binary patching is the linker being able to not redo all the work from scratch to create the final executable, but take the executable that was built the previous compilation round and edit inside of it only the things that have changed. And that is essentially, you know, kind of closing the circle. That's how you effectively get to a fully working executable in instant time without having that be proportional to the size, that operation be proportional to the size of your project. So they're making a ton of progress on all this stuff. And this stuff, so x86 64 Linux was the first platform to support incremental in terms of semantic analysis. But they have been working, I believe, only recently on the work has started only recently on the linker aspect. So stuff is happening. It's just that I'm on ARM64, and ARM64 is not the architecture where this stuff is being spearheaded, which is totally fair. But as an ARM user, um, I'm salivating at the idea of that finally reaching me. Oh, the module doesn't have imports. Imports is what you pass here. And then it gets passed down here. Oh, and then there's an import table being created. So, yeah, it's fine. Okay, I was trying to cheat and I wasn't able to. That's on me. So we don't pass down Ziggy mod. We pass down ANSI term mod. I want to call it ANSI mod. Okay, let's see how this goes. Do you think the newer self-hosted backends will be quicker to develop in the future, i.e., problems associated with all backends are being fixed now? There would be less problems to solve for additional backends in the future. Um, well, I mean, the CPU architectures are not all that many at this point, right? So once you have ARM and x86, 64, man, you've covered almost everything. Um, well, I mean, no, you haven't covered exactly everything, but you have covered almost everything where, big applications that take otherwise forever to build are. If you are making software for a tiny, ARM V8 embedded device, chances are that it's not going to take you forever for that thing to build. But to be fair though, yeah, that will have to be another backend that gets created, because you have to take care of code generation and whatnot. Also, I think in those contexts, I think a really non-optimized build of the program might be a problem, because you might need some level of optimization, um, just so that the thing runs smoothly enough on the tiny machine. Because I mean, LLVM does generate code of a certain quality even in debug mode, and so I don't know. So yeah, long story short, I guess to answer is, I don't know. I really don't know. I mean, obviously the people doing this work are going to learn something, but I think that Jacob Lee already knows how to do these things. Like, maybe he can experiment with one approach or another and learn something in the process. But especially now that he has done it twice, or well, not fully done, but like he's about to have to be done twice. I think that all that remains is the work that is there, which is probably going to be less, but I still think that it's going to be some work. I don't know. We'll see. The linker part, though, I think it's easier, because I mean, like how many linkers? Well, there is architecture specific aspects of linking. If I remember correctly, I mean, I'm pretty sure. Um, but the main file format are ELF, PE, Mako. I don't think there's anything major out there. So I think that once we have these things in the bag, we'll be essentially, you know, everybody will be essentially happy. Sure, there will be some smaller use cases maybe that will require some more work, but I think the majority of us will be super happy. Okay, there we go. It works. And the test that we just revived is failing because now the formatter adds a new line at the end, which is fair. Although, you know what? That's debatable whether it should be this guy that adds the new line at the end or whether it should be the CLI things that do the new line. This is like, you know, polish that I think I'll look into in the future, not now. Okay, so that's the second case. Okay, do this pass? Oh, I think they will also fail for the trailing new line. Also, this is wrong syntax. This needs a dot. Okay. There we go. Hello, Bob Van. How's it going? It's going pretty good. Okay, let me see if what we're unlocking is right syntax, correct syntax or wrong syntax. Correct. Correct. I need to add new lines. Okay. Yep. Okay. Oh, this one has front matter delimiters. We better watch out. Dashes equal something? Oh yeah. It's where they are. 0, 1, 2, 3. Do you see Theo's video? No. Maybe I should, but I generally do not watch Theo's videos. Um, there's only so much I can care about JavaScript and you know, whatever the heck is going on in that universe. Um, New line. Oh damn, that is a problem. Well, okay, so check this out. That is so. This is what the formatter is doing. It's adding a new line at the end in there, and no, dude, you shouldn't. You should not add a training new line in there. Also because I think that it, wait, am I doing it wrong? Is this the thing, or was it something completely different? I might be maybe mixing things up. Let's see. Bracelet struct complex. Okay, it's not this one. It's another one. Okay, so our thingy is not being bad. Um, oh, it's this one. There we go. There we go. Now we pass tests. Let's add a failing test. Multi-line union. So it's not a matter of framing anymore. We don't care. What we care is that something like this. Actually, this is not gonna get caught. I need a more complicated example. So let's say that foo is an array that contains one union, and that union is the one that has this is the one that has the multi-line string literal. Okay, let me see if we can make this better, because this would be like this. And the correct way of doing this should be like this. But this is not what it's going to look like. Let's see what it looks like. If I'm not mistaken, Theo does only AI videos nowadays. Guys, are you all forgetting? Look, I don't watch Theo much. And even I know. Did you all forget that Theo is an investor in Ban? I don't know what he said in the video. Like, I genuinely do not know. I'm sure that he is gonna have a ton of nuanced opinions about, why Andrew is wrong about at least some things. That's an easy bet. But also, Theo is an investor in Ban, and he's probably an investor in a few other. And sorry, he was an investor in Ban. Thus, what is he now? Question for chat: if Theo was an investor in Ban, what is he now? Has syntax errors. Oh no, there's syntax errors in here. Wait, what's the syntax error? It was not nuanced. It was basically a ferocious attack. You mean Theo's video? Um. So, okay, chat. Please don't disappoint me. If Theo was a investor in Ban, you can find this information, by the way, in his earlier videos. He has some videos where he very plainly states that he was an investor. He's rich. Yeah, sure, but that's not what the answer that I was looking for. Come on, you know what the answer is. Not objective, not impartial. Yeah, and probably also now an investor in OpenAI. Like, I don't know the details of their things, but I'm guessing that OpenAI probably has paid some of the things that like its purchase of ban with OpenAI shares, right? That's how it usually works. Actually, I question mark. Maybe somebody who knows more can comment. But I believe that essentially now that Ban has been bought by OpenAI, who previously was an investor in Ban, is essentially now an investor in OpenAI. I don't know, something to keep in mind. Okay, how is this wrong syntax? Oh, sorry. Oh my god. Yeah, Anthropic. Yeah, sorry. It's like it's Coke versus Pepsi. Yeah, sorry. Oh no, I got the brand wrong. To be clear though, you're writing correctly me. That's totally fair. I just just I'm just you know I'm not wasting brain cycles on the brand name. Okay, so I thought I was going insane. This is not wrong syntax. Why does this thing think that this is wrong syntax? Oh, god damn it. Because I'm an idiot. I forgot to delete these lines about the front matter framing. Of course. I actually, when I was copying it, I was taking a mental note, and then it got overridden with anthropic facts. Okay, there we go. Here's the failing thing. We were expecting this output, so I did this correctly. Oh, these are indented fewer spaces, so they go under the N. No, that's actually right. Oh, holy shit! I predicted it all correctly. Okay, so I did the indentation correctly. Yeah, but we messed this up. So this is a repro of the bug that I was already aware of. Let's fix it. So it's the render code. It's the part where we deal with a multi-line string literal. Obviously, it's multi-line. And then something evil is happening here. And man, I don't remember how this stuff works. Before I start mucking with this, though, is there a exit part of the logic for multi-line strings? No. Right, because these are not nodes that you recurse into. So all the logic is the one that we were looking at. There we go. We are not in a new line, so we start tokenizing these lines. If we're not in a new line, we add a new line. Then we put the lines one after another with a new line at the end, and then we say add new line true. And then we render comments. But it seems that somehow we're failing at managing the indentation level. Although it's not clear to me how, because here we increase indentation level by 1 as we render everything, which is correct. And then as soon as we're done indenting those lines, it's correct to pop the indentation level, which we don't need to do because we never mutated indent. So there's no mutation necessary. So it means that it's not this code that gets it wrong. It's, oh, I get it. it's the union exit code that gets it wrong, because the union exit code thinks that it is never at a new line, while this is the one case where it might be. Okay. So when we exit union, there we go, at new line false. Um, but first we do this. Shit. We want to do this before printing the right parentheses, of course. And now we're passing tests. Okay. That was it. It wasn't actually that bad. Now, have we messed up something else in the parser? That's hard to say. Well, in the formatter, that's hard to say. There's one way to get some confidence in that, and that is Zig test the fuzz. The fuzzer is set to test the formatter, right? Test AST Smith. We make ASTs, and then we do the round trip. Okay. So we should catch any bad behavior that we might have caused. Run the fuzzer. Um, I think these are 5 minutes of fuzzing. And if we don't find anything in 5 minutes, then we'll assume that the fuzzer is, sorry, that the formatter is still sound, which most likely still is. That's why I'm doing 5 minutes instead of 10. And with this, I think that the next thing that we want to do, well, this is done. So maybe I'll push. I don't think this is time yet to make a release. Obviously, this is a bug in Ziggy that we want to fix, but you know, it's not like life ending. It's not life threatening for anybody. So we can be lazy about it a little bit. I think that once this is done, I will interrupt the stream for today. This has been a long enough stream, almost 5 hours. But this means that this is done. And now we have the next thing for me is going to be fixing bugs in Zine and making a new release. And then I think after that, either I do the changes to Ziggy that I mentioned, or we go back to a Weibo. It's one of the two. Or, well, I also have to prepare for systems distributed. There's also that. I also have to answer emails. Oh, man. I have so many emails that are being piling up. Oh, man. You know what? I think that the next thing is going to be emails. How are we doing? Yeah. All quiet on the fuzzer front. Uh, What's the system that we will talk about? I don't have a talk, but I promised Andrew that I would offer him a couple of slides for his talk, where he's doing like a State of the Union. He called it State of the Tagged Union. That's the title of his talk. Um, so he's gonna go over community stuff. So I'll provide him with a couple of community slides. I'm also debating whether to prepare something for the Zig Day, because before System Distributed, there's going to be a huge Zig Day that we're going to run. So we're going to see what happens there. Um, Stuff like that. I also need to get a haircut before I leave. I've just been letting my hair grow unchecked for way too long. Um, what do you think about the blog article of Andrew towards Jared? Oh man, everybody wants to hear about the drama. What do I think? I think that I can understand that from an outsider perspective. Andrew's post seems might seem like, I don't know, unjustified, unfair. Um, Theo and company. Theo called it a crash out. Whatever. The experience that I've had personally with all the people involved is that most, if not all, the things that Andrew has put in that blog post are entirely true based on what I do know. And it is, roughly speaking, a sentiment that I share. Make of that what you will. I hear it. Like, I hear you if people say that it shouldn't have been said that way. It should not have been maybe a like the tone, the being wrong, whatever. Sure. But Andrew is not talking, like, he's not making stuff up. He's not beating the communist accusations after that talk title. Yeah. And countdown. Okay, so we survived a super short fuzzing session. You know, I will be fully upfront. I have fuzzed this program, but I fuzzed it only for 5 minutes. So I haven't. Oops. Why did I kill Bork? I don't know. I wanted to kill the thing at the bottom, and then I did it with Control C. So I fuzzed it with a fuzzer, but this is not fuzzing enough to really make me confident that the fuzzer has found everything that it could have found. This is just a little bit of a sanity check, because I'm already being diligent enough with testing and previous fuzzing that when I make a tiny change, I am reasonably confident that I'm not that I haven't broken everything. Just for full disclosure. So just so that you don't get the idea that fuzzing for 1 second, like for 5 minutes, is enough. That's not how it works. Not even remotely. Okay. Well, that's it. That's it. So, that was it. We did some good work. Ziggy is becoming more serious. Frankly, I know that I have been putting off for a very long time getting Ziggy in a fully proper, well spec'd state instead of just being a random ass project that keeps breaking. But we are getting to a point where it is actually going to be good. And I've personally had a very good time using Ziggy with this railroad project. It was actually eye opening to me of how much potential is wasted with JSON, YAML, and TOML. Well, I'll take TOML back. I think that TOML fits its own niche pretty well. It's its own thing, so fine. But the previous two, they are such a missed opportunity to do better. Um, so like the railroad experience has been great, and I'm looking forward to do more with Ziggy. By the way, thanks to the Andrew blog, I turned on full LTO in my projects, which resulted in about a 30% binary shrinkage. Something good came out of it. Well, good for you. Good for you, especially since you listen to the advice. Nice. I hit some issues with Windows LTO. Yeah, well, Andrew does mention that as well, that LTO is also not perfect in LLVM itself. That is not to say that it is guaranteed to be that. It could still be a bug in Zig. I don't know what your context is, but LTO is buggy also in LLVM. What is LTO? I assume LTO is needed only if you link with C libraries. Correct. LTO is the poor man's version of a union build. If you take your C files and you include them into one amalgamation file that contains all of the C files, then all your C files will be compiled in a single compilation unit. This is not trivial. Well, I mean, it doesn't take much to actually do the include, but there's a risk of collisions of like definitions might collide because you lose the ability to have private definitions in there because they all get glued into a single file. But if you took care to avoid this problem, then you create one huge file which gets analyzed all at once, which gets optimized as a single translation unit. But usually what happens is that you compile instead every single C file in a separate compilation unit. The problem is that when you have separate compilation units, optimizations within the same unit, great. But compilations cross unit, they're a problem. But that's kind of, but then you're, on the other hand, you want to do multiple compilation units so that you can have some caching going on. So what is the solution that LVM offers? Also GCC, I think. Well, it's not unique to LVM, but in any case, what they do is instead of having the object files contain machine code that then gets glued together by the linker, the object files contain LLVM IR, and the linker essentially performs a second stage optimization pass on the LLVM IR, and then the linker turns the IR in machine code and then does actual linking. And then you have full LTO and you have thin LTO, and these are like different. Thin LTO is supposed to be faster than full LTO, but not as optimized. So it's yeah, it's a thing. I don't know to what degree LTO is a genuinely necessary thing in the C++ ecosystem. It probably is. I don't have enough first-hand experience to really be able to say, yeah, it's it's janky, but it's an absolute necessity versus it just being a clever solution to a problem you shouldn't have in the first place. Or rather, I think it is some of that to some degree, regardless. But I don't know to what degree it's a hard necessity versus something that is just convenient so that you don't have to worry about making union builds. But it does show the issues with a multi-compilation unit model because you do multiple compilation units so that you can get parallelism in the build, but then you lose all the context that you need when you want to actually get serious about optimizations. And so I think this shows, in my opinion, that Zig is onto something with the model where Zig code is always in a single compilation unit. Zig code is always a quote unquote union build. Sorry, I keep saying union build. It's Unity build. My brain is trained not to say Unity because I think of the game engine, but it's a Unity build, not a union build. So it's a Unity build. So Zig is essentially always a Unity build, and then it has its own internal mechanism for incremental compilation that is not based on the idea of a compilation unit, and that seems really to be genuinely a more modern approach to this problem. Mean GWEX declarations. I don't know. This sounds like something that would be worth opening an issue for at first sight. Anyway, everybody, I hope that you had a good time. I hope that you enjoyed the work. Thank you for keeping me company. The adventure continues. So now Ziggy is a little bit better. It has proper railroad diagrams. If anybody is into languages and stuff, take a look. See how you feel about things in here. Share in Discord your opinion about hard tabs in multi-line string literals. Even, or even especially if you are against the idea. I'm happy to I don't know, hear opinions, and I think I will see you all next time. So thank you again, and bye bye. Actually, let me see if there's a raid. You know what? I will raid T2.